Wah! Good morning, everybody. Last time we were working on the Forester chapter 14, well, episode 14, and we're on page 3. We did all the line art last time, and I'm going to be working on that again this time. Well, I'm also going to be doing the rendering and like a lot of the fun stuff that people love to see. So, I don't know. I'm curious if people also really enjoy the sketching stage of things.
Is it true? I can't remember a thing. I hope you can forgive me. I think, children, Mama's going to make the world a safer place.
I was really pleased with this bit of line art that I did last time. And we got this background that I'm also pretty proud of. So I like to use the reference from an artist called Carlos Dalmau. Still don't know if that's how you pronounce their name. They're from Spain. The name is probably French. I hope that I'm not butchering that artist's name. They did some art for Cult of the Lamb, a few of their wallpapers. I believe they also did the album art for the soundtrack if you buy it on vinyl.
A normal girl would have felt something from those words.
Wasn't expecting this song to have any lyrics to it. Well, I guess it's not lyrics, it's just lines that Terra says in Final Fantasy VI. All right. Just get the right size of pen for this. 20 is a bit too big. Yeah. Change the opacity of that so I don't get confused.
I said I'd keep the world safe, and I will. Friend. Thank you.
So this morning for breakfast, I wanted to go get a burrito from my favorite place, and yesterday when I was getting food from them, I just kind of thought to myself that they weren't doing a very good job. That specific chain that I was going to, because the food that I had several times, it just has been cold. So I've been in the lookout for another Mexican place that I can go to that is also open as early as I wake up, because I wake up at 5 a.m. local time, and not everything is open at that point. And several of the other stores in that franchise are opening at 7 a.m., but it's like I'm awake at 5 o'clock, and I want to get something at the time that I go out. Y'all ever hear the argument that some artists give that they just really don't like to do line art? And I always thought with that one that it was kind of silly. Well, at least to me, because this is the part that I enjoy. And I saw a bunch of art advice from a few art YouTubers that said, no, you don't have to do line art ever again if you do this step. And usually it involves just with the refined sketches, to just use that for the line art, and that works. I mean, I've done that before too, just for a quick image to put out. But I think that having an actually dedicated line art layer is really beneficial. There's always a constant battle in my mind about how much detail I need to put on the characters to convey them properly, while at the same time saving myself a lot of time, because with this shot they're pretty small in the foreground, so we don't have to do a lot of detail. But I guess from experience, like just getting experience, you can decide what is enough detail or not. And that's the great thing about making comics. If you're looking to get better at art, is it gives you a lot of mileage. You get a lot of different things to draw, backgrounds, different characters, different facial expressions, different camera angles. There's a lot of good things that come from making a comic. I don't always do lines exactly one-to-one as the sketch. Sometimes there's bits that need to be altered. Like, so there's a term with doing lines, it's called tangents. It's just basically when when lines meet together and they accidentally make a spot look like it's a single shape, and you fix that by moving the lines around so the shapes get broken up easier. It just makes it so it's easier for the readers, well, the viewer's eye to process it. So that way people don't get confused. I've had lots of pieces of work, lots of artwork that I've looked at where I had to it took me a second to figure out what everything was. It confused my eyes, and that's because different shapes were put close together, and it made it look like it was one singular shape, and it was hard to differentiate everything. That's why in character design, we talk about making like a definitive silhouette for characters, so that way they're easily identifiable. Like, here's an example of a tangent. So we have the hair right here, and then the part of the cloak coming together with this one line. Well, that makes it look like they're basically one shape. So in order to break that up, in order to make it easier to differentiate between the two, we just separate the lines like this. There's just something about the Final Fantasy X soundtrack that is so nostalgic. I remember playing that back when in the PS2 era when it first came out. remember, like, a fond memory of mine was playing Final Fantasy X, also Kingdom Hearts, with my brother and my mom. And how we would do this is, my mom and my brother would read the strategy guide to me, and I would be the one who was playing the game, and so we would all experience that together. Alright, I think I got everything on the head for this character. Let's move on. One thing I've noticed with different artists is they have specific hand shapes that they like to use as shortcuts. And this is kind of my shortcut, making them really blocky. I'm a big fan of big flowy capes. I had an issue with that once. I was designing a character for another series. Actually, it's going to be the next project I work on, where I started off the design with a bunch of silhouettes that had big flowy capes. So, you know, these big coats and all that. And those look great. But I was like, I don't want all my characters to look like they have the same costume. So I came up with something different. It still had a very similar vibe to a big flowy coat, but it was different enough that it was fresh. I instead had them wear not overalls. What's the term? Not overalls. I think it's coveralls. You know, it's the jumpsuit. Yeah, that's kind of what they're called. I had the character wear a jumpsuit, and instead of a big long coat, they had the top of the jumpsuit open, and, you know, and draping over their hips, so it looked kind of like you were tying a hoodie to their like they were tying a hoodie to their waist. And it has kind of a similar feel in the fact that there's something, you know, long and flowy about it. And then I also took the inspiration from the Disgaea series, because there are a few characters that have the sleeves of their coat flowing outward, which gives it off an interesting silhouette to the character. And so I took the inspiration from that to make this new character. So that's for the next for my graphic novel project. After I get done with the Forester in a couple of months, then we're going to be focusing on that graphic novel project, because I hope to get myself a book deal. To get up and real close in order to erase these lines. Recently, I've been really obsessing about a game called Void Stranger. There's a popular YouTuber who does video essays. His name is Super Eye Patch Wolf, and I have very similar tastes to what he has. And when he did a video on Void Stranger a couple weeks ago, and within the first half hour of watching his video essay, I wanted to get that game, and so I bought it. And then watching that video essay some more, I stopped watching it about 2/3 into it, because I wanted to experience some of the story first without getting too much of it revealed to me in the video. At the same time, though, the game Void Stranger is, even if you know the story to it, it's still a very enjoyable game, and you still want to experience the story, even if you know what the story is. To me, that's the mark of a very good a very good game or a very good movie or a very good TV series, that's, even if you know 100% what the story is, even the twists and turns that it's going to go through, if you still want to watch it, then it's got a really good story. It's the principle of, like, when you have a series you enjoy and you want to watch it again and again over several years. The spoilers, the fact that you know what's going to go on in it, doesn't affect your experience negatively. That being said, however, you still like to be surprised, and that's why I still try and stay away from spoilers if I can. But I'm also not mad if things are. I'm also not too mad if things are spoiled to me, unless I have specifically asked to not be spoiled. Like, for example, listening to the music here, thinking about Final Fantasy VII, I want to not be spoiled for what's in Rebirth. I've played Remake. I really enjoyed that. Did that when it first came out. When Rebirth came out, I got it on the PS5, but I just never got around to actually playing it. And I have a copy of the game on PC as well. I bought it once again, intending to make it easy for myself to play it and finish it. But as a lot of people have, I don't know if this is a term that a lot of people use on the internet with games. My friends and me, we call it game DHD. Where we get a game, we play it for a little bit, and then we get distracted by other games or other media that takes away our attention from it. In fact, that happens so many times. I am working on my backlog, though. In fact, I find that streaming here has done a really good. Has done wonders for my procrastination issues, because I hold myself accountable to y'all in order to draw, and so the principle, I feel, works the same with playing games. All right, let's see how these characters look with the background. Well, right now they're on they're not colored, so the parts of the background are blending over them. Anyway, we'll zoom out. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good scene. See, frame one. Yeah, we had a background already. Okay. Now we can begin rendering. If I can keep the character visible. I'm thinking about how to allow the frame border to how to include the frame border in my selections, because when I color things in after I've done a basic fill of the character, I select everything outside of the character and then invert that selection to use a tool to fill in the gaps. Because, you know, the fill tool, it likes to stop when the space between lines is really small. So I'll show you an example. I'll show you that. I'll point it out when I get to that phase. But first, I need to set the line art layers as my reference layers, because that helps me when I do fill in with color. Helps with the shading. Helps with shading. Helps with all the different steps of the process. So that one, that one, that one, that one. So there's a reference layer. That's that lighthouse icon up at the top. I'm gonna try a new way of doing the eyes. I found that doing just straight up black is doing straight up black has just been problematic. I need to. All right. With these lo-fi albums, I find that the most common ones that are remixed are Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then none of the others really get that much attention. I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out what I've observed. Because I do like those soundtracks. That's not the color of it. That's not the color of his shirt. It's just the cloak color. In Arden's original design, you'll notice that his cloak is the same color as Kira's cloak. The problem with that was when I was having them whoosh around and fight, you could barely tell the difference between the two, and I thought that I had made them have a different enough silhouette to figure out the difference between the two, but they weren't different enough and people were getting confused. Like the differences I thought would be obvious was Kira has the cowlick on a couple of cowlicks on the top of her head. The term for that in anime is called ahoge. It means like idiot hair. And so Arden here doesn't have that. I thought that was different enough, but in hindsight it wasn't. So I had to differentiate them by giving him a completely different cloak color than his original design. Alright, we're almost to that phase where I get to show you that tool I talked about. The reason why I set reference layers is so that way my magic wand selection tool is able to select around my characters. And then we invert the selection. We use a tool called Adjust Line Width. And you see how there's gaps in the fill? And when I use this Adjust Line Width tool on just the fill layer, it fills in all the gaps. But sometimes you get mistakes like what's happening on his hand. Because I didn't put any color in his hands. I forgot about that. So I'll just have to fix that. In this case, we can't do the trick I was using. We have to actually manually go in and fix that. Alright, and there's a couple of other spots that we need to we need to fill in. Just making the edges a little softer because they were looking kind of jagged. All right. We got the flat color in for that. I gotta decide if I want to do all the flat colors at the same time for everything, or if I want to just immediately start rendering on that character up there. Yeah, we'll render each. We'll render each frame individually then. Actually, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the old white color trick. Helps you. For some reason, when you make the character, when you put a white layer down to help you with your shading, it helps you see the shading better and see what you need to do. Well, thanks, Chainsaw Beaver. Yeah, the shading came through a lot of experimentation. And admittedly a lot of watching tutorials. I don't recommend staying in tutorials because staying in tutorial hell without without actually putting into practice what you've learned is kind of easy to do. I spent a long time there. My back? my OBS disconnected for a second. That caused me to freak out. I published a short a little while ago talking about how my cat decided he wanted to hide behind a bunch of the furniture, and as a result, he disconnected the router. I was worried that that had happened again. Oh yeah, the animals we keep are cute, and we knew that we signed up for some shenanigans when we got them, right? Looking over the character and deciding if there's more that I can do. So I could always put a rim light on him. Let's zoom out, see how much he blends in with the background. He's doing all right, but I think he could do a little bit better. Well, that's the point of me streaming. You can pop in randomly whenever you want. That's why I stream, so people can do that. So you don't apologize for popping in randomly to a stream. yeah, the webcomic is about a so it's about a cat girl that wants to basically become the like the guardian of her village, and so she doesn't feel like she's ready. But when here, let me show you the character. So the character I'm drawing right now is Arden. That's it. That's Kira's brother. He's the main antagonist, but this is Kira. When her when the nursery that her late parents had been taking care of had been taken over by a deadly toxin, she goes into the forest to be able to become that guardian that she feels like she needs to be in order to save this animal. And she runs into her estranged brother in the forest, and he also kind of wants that position for his own reasons, and so they're kind of bickering over it. And so they fight. It's fun, and then there's lots of emotional moments in it. But you can read I have a link in the description for where you can read the comic. It's really short. It's only about a 20-minute read, so you can get through it quickly. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yep, it's free to read, so you don't need to worry about any sort of paywalls or anything. All right, I've been drawing for almost 2 hours now, so I'm gonna take a short break, and I'll be right back. Blah, I'm back. We're gonna go to the next panel. So this one's gonna take a bit more time because it has a background of everything. This one, since it's mostly about the background, the characters aren't going to take too long to fill in, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time shading them. They're not really the focus. Yeah, phones do glitch out a little bit, don't they, Chainsaw? Do you have like an older phone? Is that why it's glitching out, or is it just internet connection issues? Yeah, that's always fun, isn't it? Trying to figure out what exactly the issue is. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry. Well, then you just gotta ask yourself the question: are you still fine with what you got right now, or can you is it still usable? And then the other question is, well, it's mainly down to the usable thing. And then, oh yeah, money. That's what I was thinking about. I remember one point when I was doing artwork that I would always manually fill in all these empty spaces from with my brush, but there's actually a much quicker method to filling all of these in, and I found that really cool when I learned it. Basically, what you do is you just select with your magic wand tool outside your characters if you have really defined line art, and then after inverting the selection, you go over to this tool over here, which is called correct line. That's on the very left over here. And people, when they watch, they will see this green color that I'm brushing over everything. And what that will do with the adjust line width thing is it will basically increase the area of the stuff that you've already painted. So after I let go, suddenly everything is filled in. saves a bunch of time. Alright, so now that we got the flat colors for the characters, let's get the flat colors of the background put in. That's a pretty neat trick. Yeah, I was blown away when learning about it. So there's a popular webcomic artist called the Starfish Face, and I got a lot of tutorials that I learned from her channel. She draws a comic. I think, if I remember correctly, the name is Cast Off, I think is what it's called. But if you look up the Starfish Face on YouTube, you'll find her channel, and she has useful tutorials about comics and things. What color did I have the water? All right, now I just need to remember what colors I did this tree. It's been a little while. Just open up my files here and go do some searching. Nice. I've actually been meaning to work on a comic of my own, but the call of procrastination is too strong for me to ignore. Yeah, I get that. I did that for a long time. Now, as for the software that I'm using Clip Studio. It's been extremely useful for making comics. They have a lot of features that make it easy to make your panels and to when you're done with your drawing to export it, so it's easy to post online. I didn't realize how long ago it was that drew this part. Let's see here. So I had it. Okay. Cool, I thought it was Clip Studio. I have Clip Studio on my computer. Yeah. I guess it looks, well, it just depends on how people arrange their workspace. This is how I do it. Some people are pretty different than me. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so the key to getting good backgrounds, just like the key to getting good characters, is to use reference. I find there's an artist that I like to use, and I talk about them all the time. Their name is Carlos Dalmau. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Their profile says they live in Spain, but the name looks French. Anyway, they're an artist who did artwork for Cult of the Lamb. They did a lot of promotional illustrations for them, and also did the artwork for the cover of the soundtrack for the album. They have a lot of personal artwork that they've done, a lot of personal illustration that they've done, and I use that as a reference for my backgrounds to get a better idea of how to draw them out. I still, I guess this is a part of being an artist, but I still feel like it's not up to my personal taste yet. It'll get there. I just have to keep drawing and observing what's in the artwork of the artists that I enjoy, and figuring out how they got their specific look. See how I can make the color choice a bit better. The this piece right here, I drew over a year ago. And I feel like I could make it better. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. On the ground, I also had that purple color. Yeah, they can be, the redraws can be really fun. At the same time, so with reading webcomics, one of the fun things I like about them is as you read, you see the artist's style and skills evolve over time. So, for example, when you look at the very first few pages of The Forester, my webcomic, they are they're very different than what my comic looks like right now. My skills have improved greatly because of it. That's why I recommend people draw comics. It improves your skills really quickly because you're forced to draw all sorts of different scenarios, different characters, facial expressions, camera angles. You get a lot of mileage out of it. What I'm doing here is I'm just making sure that the values of the colors are different enough to separate themselves from one another. When if how light or dark a color is too similar, everything just kind of blends together. So I'm using my color picker and I'm going between the two colors, and I'm looking at my color wheel up at the top left. The higher the circle is on that, that's how bright the color is, and I'm trying to make sure that the different colors are very different in terms of the height on that square. So I think that it's pretty good. These two are a bit too similar. Yeah, okay, they're different enough now. All right. And then we gotta do the trees in the background. Oh yeah, definitely you can draw it. Just make sure you credit me. That's all I ask. And you can find my Bluesky in the description as well. Hello, Angchi7. I'm drawing a webcomic. My webcomic is called The Forester. And right now what I'm doing is I'm drawing a background for a panel, and I'm just making sure that the values, like how light and dark the colors are different enough from that it's easy to see what's going on. That's why I'm like zoomed way out right now to look at this. So in this case, what I'm trying to do is the focus of this image, or the focus of that panel, is the tree in the center. That's why it's brighter than everything else. I was on the wrong way of doing that. This saying doesn't suit me, like, what do you mean? Right, it's time to look back at my references and see what the artists are like, how they draw water. It's always been like a well, recently it's been a problem of mine. But practice, practice, practice. All right, take your time, Chainsaw. Welcome back. I would hope that the water's edible. If you think about it, if the water was inedible, then, well, you wouldn't be able to drink it. I wanted to emphasize that this is a fantasy setting, so the color choices that I've put in here are, you know, so different than normal natural colors. You know, if you're gonna have a fantasy setting, then might as well have things look like cotton candy, right? Well, you know, someone's got to have hobbies, and theirs happens to be Beyonce, it sounds like. Have a big old Beyonce party at your place. Everything you own in a box to the left? Is that a Beyonce song? Because I've heard that said before, especially by my brother. Just never questioned it. Okay, all right. One thing I joke about is that I don't listen to I don't listen to normal people music is what I joke about, because most of the time I'm listening to like video game soundtracks or soundtracks from anime. It's one reason why I have the Final Fantasy lo-fi playing in the background, and so as a result, I tend to be a little out of touch with it when it comes to music that everyone else around me listens to. All right, time for another break. I will be right back. Well, I'm back. Let's see. For example, my friend kept on recommending to me that we should watch Hunger Games. I was like, nothing better to do. Watched. Rue's death was just Rue's death just said womp womp. Yeah, I can see that. So I remember when I was reading the book before the movie came out, that Rue's death in the book was more impactful than it was in the film. It's probably because in the book there was more time that we, as the reader, got to know her and to be around her, and then that was pretty effective. So if you went to the film after having read the book, you'd feel those same sort of emotions. But if you've only seen the movie, yeah, it's kind of sudden, and yeah, I agree with you. Hello. I was just agreeing with what you said about Rue in Hunger Games, the film. Oh man, I did it again. So there's on this animal that Kira is holding, there's like a really bad rash on its back that I keep forgetting to draw. Yeah, and that's the thing that I think everyone should be more sympathetic toward. Because it's like, yeah, you might not like it, but you're happy that they do. Yeah, there's a statement that I have a art mentor, and how he says to handle like internet criticism or just people who just seem to hate on what you make. And the statement is, you just keep saying to yourself, well, it's not for them. And that is something that I remind myself, if there are people that don't enjoy what I make, it's like, well, okay, then what I make here is not for them, basically. I didn't make it for them, I made it for the people that will enjoy it. Yeah, good mindset to have it. Yeah, I think that it's important when you're creating content, when you're publishing it out there, that you keep that in mind to yourself. Or else, if you don't, you can very easily start to try to please everybody. And when you try and please everybody, no one's happy, including yourself. That's a tough situation. So with stories, when you have a character, a good place to start is what is their main misbelief that they have. So what that can be is like what they believe will make them happy, basically. But it's not what they actually need to be happy. And so once you've decided the misbelief, then you decide to yourself, well, what is the true thing that will bring them happiness? And that's the start of a story, because a story is all about the change of how a character changes from point A to point B, and we as an audience love to watch characters get what they want or what they really need after they struggle really hard for it. So that's a good spot to start if you wanted to tell a story with the OC that you have. The other thing that you can do instead, if you don't want to tell a full-on story, is you can it sounds like you draw, so you can draw different scenes that they're in, just different situations of their life based off of all that lore that you've got. So you've got a lot of material to work with if you wanted to do that. And then people latch on to characters online, so when you share the scenes that you make with the character with all that lore, then people gravitate towards that. You'll find people that really enjoy what you make. Yeah, no problem. I realize you didn't ask for advice, but it's just it's something that I'm pretty passionate about, and I like to help people out with their own stories, because I think everyone has some really good stories in them, and there's different ways to tell it. It's really experience. I'll take the compliment. I don't consider myself that experienced. In terms of the experience that I do have, I've read a lot of books. Well, that's good. That's good that you think that's not much of a problem. I know that some people are really sensitive to getting unsolicited advice, and so I try to be sensitive to that. Well, you're welcome. Hello, Coco. I didn't see your chat message until just now. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, Chainsaw, say hi to Twitch. If you were to ask me how I shade, I would just shrug and be like, eh. Or like, more just how I decide where to put shadows. Yeah, Chainsaw on Twitch. Well, there's not really a lot of people. It's not like I have a huge following right now, anyway. So it's not like you're just by yourself on YouTube while everyone else is hanging out on Twitch. Yeah. What a loser. Two days off, like you had 2 days off work, or you thought that today was Wednesday? Oh, really? Yeah, I've had times where I've thought the day was way different. Oh, there it is again. I forgot to put the rash on the animal. Yeah, you go have fun. You go have fun taking care of your bird. I'm going to take this opportunity to take a break as well, so I will also be right back. Well, I'm back. All right. Let's take a look. All right, so for these panels, we're not going to be doing too much with the shading because they're not really close up to the character. Because the reason why we did a lot of shading up here is because it's kind of a medium shot / close up with Arden, the main character's brother. In this case, it's a little bit to the distance. It's a little bit in the distance. What we could do to save a bit of time is we can take the layers that I had made and we can copy them and put them down in the next panel. Let's see if I can do this correctly. All right, yep. Okay. And we gotta do a little bit of editing. There. Yeah, I had a fun time chatting with you too, Chainsaw. You have a good day, all right? I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Alright, just gotta get the blank areas selected, so that way I can do the color fill trick. The song that we're listening to says One Winged Angel in Final Fantasy VI, but I don't think that the Super Nintendo cartridge could have handled this. I mean, it uses the same sound font as Final Fantasy VI. I don't know. I guess I'll just trust the composer. Well, not the composer, the arranger, artist. There's different terms for music that I am not entirely certain the correct usage of. Let's take a look at what all this looks like so far. Is that the color that we use? All right, well, I'm happy with that. Let's do a quick final check of the values and see if they check out. Yeah, yeah. In grayscale, they look pretty good. And then I think I have dialogue to add. Let's do that now.
way happens when you can't. There we go. Another finished page. Last time that I was working on Forrester, not like yesterday, not yesterday, but not like earlier this week. But I mean like last year when I was seriously working on this stuff, I was really rushing to get through all the pages, and the quality I think suffered because of it, because I wasn't drawing any of the backgrounds in there, and it was just I was just putting the characters in as quickly as possible, and now I'm being a bit more thoughtful about how I do it. You don't have any favorite like webcomic artists that you guys follow? Because I have a couple that are inspirations to me. There's Cedric Cabayas who draws The Witch's Throne, and that's I think a really good comic. It's premium on Tapas, but I think it's worth it to purchase. I have a couple of copies of that on my shelf actually, like physical books, because Cedric had self-published some physical copies. Now I don't know if he has like a deal with Tapas or anything. I believe that his work is just strictly owned by him, which is cool. I could be wrong. I don't know. He's just very good at maintaining deadlines and keeping up the production of his comic. There was a time when I was thinking that he wasn't going to be able to finish the rest of his work because there was an 18-month hiatus between the end of one of his seasons and then the current seasons that are going through. And my cat is reminding me that I need to feed him. I'm not going to go in for a few more minutes, but I wanted to thank everyone for being here. Chainsaw Beaver for being here. Coco Oreo, you were here for a moment. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for dropping in. Oh, this song is doing the demo version of the landing from Final Fantasy VIII. So, a sort of a little known fact about Final Fantasy VIII is that back in the days when demo discs existed for the PlayStation 1, there was a demo for Final Fantasy VIII that consisted of the landing sequence at Dalit at the very beginning of the game. And the music that was playing there is very different than what we got in the final version. I think that the reason for that was this version was way too similar to another piece of music that was out there, and so they had to change it. More fun facts about that. So in the demo, Renoa was with the group as they were going through Dalit, and there's actually a continuity error in the sequences when you're leaving Dalit, where you can see Renoa on the landing ship, trying to urge Squall to come onto the ship when you're running away from the spider mech. I always have fun seeing that. I always have fun with the glitches in Final Fantasy VIII. A fun glitch you can do at the very beginning of the game is when you're driving from the garden to Balam to go on those landing ships. When you enter the city, if you hold the analog stick to the left or right, the car as it enters into the city will be turned on its side, so it looks like you're doing a mad drift around the corner as you're coming into Balam City. I have some fond memories of those days. When I was little with my PlayStation 1, I wanted to bring it with me to daycare, because I was like 6 or 7 at the time, and my parents, since they were working, had my brother and me at a daycare center until they could pick us up in the evenings after school. So I wanted to bring in my PlayStation to play it while at the daycare, but I don't remember reasoning for it. I was putting time out or being punished, and they wouldn't allow me to set up my tiny TV with the PlayStation so I could play it. I still kind of don't understand to this day why they did that. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have kept if like a kid in my care had brought in a game console and wanted to play it while they were at the daycare. I wouldn't punish them by just completely taking it away from them. I think that's a little too harsh. Well, I mean, it was the late 90s, early 2000s, and I think the daycare center that I was sent to, they had some old-fashioned views on child discipline. Actually, I remember at that same daycare, it was the first time that I saw a Game Boy Advance, and I thought that was really neat at the time, because up at that point I had an original Game Boy, and then I gave that away to my cousin, older cousin. He was an adult, he was an adult back then as well. I gave him my old original Game Boy because he wanted to trade me his Game Boy Color, because for his hands, he has huge hands. So the original Game Boy, the gray brick, was big enough that it was comfortable for him to play on it, and the Game Boy Color that he gave us was small enough for me. In hindsight, though, I feel like I should have kept the original Game Boy. But you know how it is. It's like, it would be like trading. Oh man. I guess for in today's standards, it'd be like trading an original Nintendo Switch for the Switch 2. No, actually, not even that, because the original Game Boy, in comparison to the Game Boy Color, they still ran on the same hardware. The Game Boy Color just had some extra colors in it in the interface. So I guess that would be like trading up your original Nintendo Switch for a Nintendo Switch OLED model. I think that's a more appropriate comparison for what the trade was that I did. However, in hindsight, no, I really wish that I would have kept that, because I'd still have that original Game Boy today. and people love those. I guess I could go online somewhere and find an original Game Boy. Probably not for that much. So I do experience FOMO quite a bit. Just gotta have the discipline in order to not give into that. Because even with streaming right now, I'm starting to feel some form of FOMO, because there are other furry streamers that have these really sophisticated 3D models that they use for their avatars as their like VTubing avatar, and I've got my my little ping tuber avatar here. I enjoy him. I enjoy my Sona that I drew, and I take a great amount of satisfaction that all the stuff that I've put into the stream has been from my own efforts. I feel a lot of satisfaction from that, and I think that's critical with doing any sort of creative endeavor, is that you feel satisfaction from it. And that's one reason why I feel that like AI art wouldn't stick around, is because it's so easy to type in a prompt and then have it generate things, but when it pumps out is always soulless, because it didn't have your own experience and your time and your efforts put into it. And the way that we receive satisfaction, the way that our brains make us feel satisfied, is because is when we overcome hardships. And what those can be is just, you do a hard task and you complete it. And that's why I feel so good about my comic right now, is because I put a lot of time into that. And you see that evidence up in up in the timer up at the top right of the screen. I mean, this thing right here, even though I did some time-saving things with copying over line art, copying some backgrounds and things, it still took 7 hours to put this together. And I feel great about it. And I want people to feel great about their own endeavors. And I feel like if I have made someone's day better, anybody's day better, then all this is worth it. So I hope that everyone has a great Friday, and I look forward to seeing you guys on Monday. So catch you later.